Yes. Okay, so when I pop out the chat, um, okay. When I pop out the chat, it leaves this huge space still, and it's really annoying, like this. So because my window is this small on my other monitor, because I have two Chrome windows open on it, one for Twitch and one for YouTube. It's like this whole thing here. I pop out the chat because I want to be able to see everything else, but you know, I can't because this thing's in the way. So now I've got to go into the dev console, find this element, figure out where its top level thing is, delete element. Come on, YouTube, why I gotta do this? Just so I can see. I pop out the chat. Simply don't care. Twitch, on the other hand, it's like I can hide the chat if I pop it out, it'll hide it, or like whatever. It just works. I don't understand. But yeah, so this is where we left off. I should actually create an alert in Discord really fast. Uploads at no, that's not stream ping. I am live once again. If I can spell right. Twitch and YouTube. Wow, I really cannot spell. Freaking pressing the wrong keys. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. Disappears. Streaming YouTube. I'm also streaming to Twitch. How do I change connections? Yes, I know. That's not right. This won't let me. Darn it, Discord, you're being annoying. Okay. So I left off redoing the rendering for this. And as you can see, I'm running at a lot more FPS, except when I'm drawing. Drawing is actually incredibly inefficient and slow because it's got to remesh every time. I mean, it's not actually that bad. I'm sure that could be very much more optimized though. But I also noticed that don't mind the graphical glitches. If I unload those chunks, when they load back in, yeah, it's not persisting. Is that because... Yes, that's because this. I need to make a folder called chunks. That's why. And then it should save. Also, I have zero idea as to like direction or anything anymore. Like there's there's no concept of direction anymore. I don't even know like what chunk I'm in or anything. I guess I look at the drawing position, but that's still not. So if I unload and then reload, okay. Interesting. So things are not. Oh, I think I know why. I think it actually is loading, but hear me out. If we go ahead and take a good old looksy-poo at, well, yeah, let's actually start here. The remesh function. You will see that I am doing something special for getting all the particles, so I don't have to loop over everything, supposedly. So if I go to this, I'm actually storing everything very jankily in a hash map as well as the 3D array. Now, what I don't do is on save data, I only save what's in the 3D array. That's fine. On load data, however, I am also only loading into the 3D array, but I am not actually loading into the hash map. And it's problematic because I should not loop over the entire 64 cubed area. That would be a horrific idea. And these also probably take up a load of memory already. Like, I've already generated this many chunks. If I go to... I wish I could see properties in here. I'll just go to Open Explorer. If you go to properties, we will find that this is already 57 megabytes, which isn't bad necessarily. It could be better though. These are mostly 0. Yeah. Because, well, it's only storing values that are there. This would be a unsigned integer, and I'm guessing left in because it needs to be a 2. Left Indian. Left end in. Or last. Yeah, little Indian. Big Indian. Left, right. I don't freaking remember these terms. I really should. I had a whole freaking class about it. But the thing that's also very, very wasteful about this, other than the fact that pretty much just storing zeros, and actually, I could heavily just optimize the hell out of it by like g-zipping or some other compression, and pretty much all these zeros would get out of here anyway. But I'm also not storing very big numbers, so this whole thing here, these values are, just for storing a 2. I mean, like, it's not really an issue, but also, do I really need to be using a whole, I think these are probably 60, or 32-bit integers. Man, I don't want to figure out that. I mean, it's like not really that hard, but like these are at least 32-bit integers, so it's like that's a lot of wasted space anyway. And the only thing this number is the type, because position is just based on where it is in the array, because it's a 3D array, just where its index is. So can you not? I should just close these things that I don't need open. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, that's. I mean, like, it's not really a huge deal, but it's also kind of a big deal. So the thing is, I wanted to switch to using a hash map fully. I don't really see a reason to use a 3D array. And now that I've switched to actual meshing, I don't need it really for rendering. Although if I did the binary greedy meshing, then I would need it. But also at the same time, it's probably still more efficient to just allocate 64 by 64 by 64 unsigned integers, then loop over every value in the hash map and just fill in the values by indexing. It would be very little work to do that, and you only need to do that when remeshing. I mean, like I'm already going to be storing slightly big arrays of nonsense anyway, which are the meshes. So I should get more water. The other thing, so let's see. So I guess there's at least two things I want to do in the stream today. I don't plan on streaming too long. I don't want to be up all night. But yo, Chess, welcome. You should join on Twitch. I kind of want to switch over to using Twitch. I'm getting kind of bored with YouTube streaming for programming at least. I don't want to do gaming on Twitch just because my audience for that stuff's all on YouTube, and like my programming audience doesn't really exist, so might as well just do River. But yeah, actually, I think we met on Twitch, didn't we? We met on Twitch, Chess. You just like randomly came across my stuck at home videos. What is that image on your user joined Twitch's Super Ultra Combo 2023? Interesting. But welcome, welcome. So this is, I don't know if you've seen yet, but this is the state of the falling sand simulation at the moment. Completely open world now. Uh, although the reason everything's blank here and then now new chunks are like this, because loading chunks is not actually working properly, because I don't actually load the data into the data structure that's used for rendering. Okay, so there's two goals for today's stream, and that would be adding colors back to particles and switching everything over to use the hash map instead of 3D array. That includes the chunk data that I store. I'll probably still serialize in binary, but I can, uh, with some manual things, like all I need to really store is like the XYZ and the type, the particle type. But how are you doing, Chess? How you doing? It's been a while. Hopefully I can grow on Twitch a little bit. Did I spell rewriting right? Yes. But I did not spell render right. Well, that's not good. There we go. Rewriting the render pipeline, not the redder. That's Alright. So I think the first thing I want to do is switch everything over to use the hash map. And the first thing for doing that is that nothing notable to comment on. What about you? You know, chilling, working, not too much really. Haven't done a lot of like personal projects in a while, so it is currently like 10 p.m. and since I've been working from home today, I didn't really have to like I didn't have to do the whole like commute or whatever, so I have a little bit of time before I should go to bed, but I probably won't actually go to bed. All right. So hash map. So the first thing I need to want to do particle data. I don't know how I feel about this particle data thing because, well, I mean, okay, I guess it makes sense, but maybe not. I mean, the whole idea behind it was to like, I provide some functionality for interacting with the data, but then internally the data can be whatever the hell it needs to be. But at the same time, everything kind of also depends on what the data is anyway. So it just doesn't quite make sense. Really, what I want is more of a hash map wrapper or like encapsulation, I should say, rather than like a whole data manager because the chunk is the one that does all of the stuff with the data anyway, and it's also the only thing that really cares about the format of the data with data structures being used. So I feel like it makes sense to just store the data on the chunk anyway. But on the other hand, using the hash map directly is also a little bit nasty, in my opinion. Um, some things like, let's see here. So we have the hash map in here. So we can do some like example here, like hash map particles at. So then I can provide the GLM vector. Just use parentheses. Do we? What's our type? UVec3. What are you complaining about? Oh, unused result. Fine. Result. Okay. So the problem with this is that calling this at method, I believe, also throws an exception if the value does not exist, which is fine, but also maybe not at. Returns a reference to the mapped value of the element with the specified key. If no such element exists, an exception of standard out of range is thrown. Now, I have concerns about exception throwing and try catch affecting performance. Not that I know how much that would affect performance. It's also possible that I could try to find a better hash map implementation or unordered map specifically, which is actually just a I don't actually know what it is. So I don't want to use it. Map is a sorted container. C++ hash map implementation. I do not. I mean, like, ideally, I'd build my own implementation of hash map. I don't want to do that though, because I can't do shit efficiently, and someone else has probably already wrote a pretty efficient implementation somewhere. I just don't know about the built-in implementation of unordered map. So if we look at this, key value pairs, search insertion, and removal of elements have an average constant time complexity. Elements are not sorted in any order, but organized into buckets. Which bucket an element is placed into depends entirely on the hash of its keys. Keys with the same hash code appear in the same bucket. This allows fast access to individual elements, since once the hash is computed, it refers to the exact bucket the element is placed into. The other thing that, well, it's probably not an issue, but with writing the data in the hash map, it would be nice if the data was in such a way where I could pretty much just memory dump it, like what I do for. But also, I guess the GLM vectors probably not great for just memory dumping anyway, so. But, I mean, you wouldn't be dumping that, you'd be dumping the hash, which is technically its position, but I don't know the reverse logic of the hash. I mean, hash can be whatever the fuck you want it to be, so. Basically, to reverse the hash, it would be the reverse of whatever the heck this is. Just taking combine the hash values of the three integers. So I don't know what this hash is doing, but there's probably something better you could do to make it easily reverse hashable, unhashable, I should say. Like it's not like we're generating security hashes here. We're just trying to create a single value for representing three values, which happen to be positional in a 3D Cartesian space. Really like things like Java, where code is still, kind of written decently when you click on it. So, like, what the actual hell is this doing? I don't know. Do hash represent, like, standard, the code in standard just is unreadable. This is so but what is this vomit? Like, if I want to understand the implementation of this, I'm gonna have to be like, I'm gonna have to spend like 4 days on this, just reading through it, and I'm still like, I'm not gonna understand what the heck's going on. Which is part of the reason I'd like to find my find an implementation someone else has made, because guess what, this code is probably very readable. Like, he's got some templating still, which I find to be very unreadable in any language. Templating and generics, I love them, but I hate them. I can't read them. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get some water. I really wish I had like a better streaming setup where I had like some sort of better be right back screen or something, like with stuff moving around. I should get like stream avatars set up or something on Twitch. That'd be cool. Actually, maybe that's what I do this stream. I just spend time like upgrading my stream setup a little bit here. Alright, I'm gonna go get water. I'll be right back. Forgot to unmute. Unmute. Jeez, choking on water. DVD logo would go crazy. Yeah, for sure. I would. I guess I could program my own like stream overlay stuff too. Program my own DVD logo. DVD logo and falling sand simulation win. All right. So me. Okay. So what I'll be doing next stream is making my stream better. Like I'll be updating my streaming stuff. Okay, but like my OBS is a disaster. Like I have all these scenes. I have a bunch of profiles and like everything's just a mess. I can't do it. It's just too much. And like, oh my goodness, it feels so much easier to just stream to Twitch. Cause you know what I have to do? All I have to do is open up OBS and click start streaming. That is all I have to do, and then I just go live on Twitch. I mean, like, I should go and update the stream title and if I have like stream avatars or any like stream overlays stuff, then I'd have to like start those up. But it's like I open OBS and I just click the button and I'm streaming. You know what I have to do? Freaking YouTube. I have to go to YouTube. I have to schedule a stream. I don't actually have to schedule it, but I have to create a stream. I have to make sure like the stream keys done. I have to make sure I'm all like signed in OBS because I mean, I haven't really had an issue with it signing me out, but like, I, I had before a long time ago. It's just might as well check. And then like, I gotta then I gotta like share the link and the special link because each YouTube video has its own freaking URL and then I gotta go into the console and remove the chat because otherwise it's just this huge thing that takes up the side here. And because you probably can tell, I have the window small because I have it on my other monitor next to my Twitch stream. So, also, is the code big enough for you to see, or do I need to like enlarge it for you? It's like I kind of need to enlarge it myself. Uh, Also, yeah, if my audio levels aren't right, or if the IDE size is too small or something, do let me know and I can up the size if I can figure out. I'm on mobile, so everything is kind of hard to read anyway. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will up the size a little bit because I am also like sitting back in my chair, so I can't like I can see it fine, but like looking at like OBS screen, like you definitely just can't read any of it. I don't know why this is so hard to find. Scale, size. Okay, you know what? Visual Studio Code. You want to see something here? In Visual Studio Code, you know what happens when I do Control Scroll? Okay, I guess maybe not. I have to do plus. You know what I do Control plus? It increases the size of the entire IDE. Why is it that in JetBrains I only can increase the size of these things with the scroll? I can't increase this or the IDE. Go into settings. Like, going into settings isn't, like, a huge deal, but, like, I can't ever find the setting. Appearance, zoom. Why is it called zoom? And why is probably not right? Like, okay, so it's called zoom. Change the font size with control mouse. Active editor, all editors. Oh, that's way too small. Even I can't see that very well. Okay. Okay, but that's just editors. I can't. I don't understand. Should I code in VS Code? Like, open folder. I mean, I technically could. Hold on, let's do that. I haven't used VS Code in a very long time. It probably needs to update. So let me find. You are in the complete wrong location. Let me find local, probably somewhere in. God, I made like a huge mess of my files. Select folder. Whoa. CMake build debug. Oh my. Install recommended C++ extension pack. Yes, please. Is it easy to just compile and run? Or even debug? Like, I don't have any of this stuff set up. Debug. Oh, I gotta... Ceiling... So we can use ceiling, ceiling plus plus, ceiling CL. How am I supposed to know which one? Oh, because I don't have... Hey, get out of here. Abort. So we need to use the CMake. Could probably also just have this run on Linux. C++ is a doozy in VS Code. Oh, I bet. Well, actually, it's not. I don't think it's too bad on Linux. 'Cause was I using it when I did the programming stuff in Linux? I don't even know if Falling Sand Simulation runs in Linux. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. It works in here. It's good enough for me. But I need to like install the GLM and glue and JLFW and OpenGL from VC Package Manager. I don't know why I've done this to myself. Now, apparently I also have like boost and crap installed, which I don't need. Can I like uninstall? I don't think you can. I don't want to figure it out. But yeah, okay, so the first thing is I want to kind of rework figuring out how data's stored and interacted with. So, okay, I think it makes sense for the data to be stored in a some sort of wrapper, but I don't know if a class is really necessary for it. I mean, regardless, trying to think. Okay, if I'm going to use standard unordered map as my hash map, I would probably still use a sort of wrapper like this, but probably um probably expose the map publicly. There probably wouldn't be any private stuff. Um and the only thing is just a wrapper around unordered map to make uh dealing with it a little bit easier for my needs, cuz like I had in here where this will throw if the value here doesn't exist. So either I need to first uh, do a exists check, which I think probably exists. Can't find it. Yeah, it contains. Or I can wrap in a try catch. I don't know the performance impact of exception throwing, especially depending on it to be throwing often, because when I wish to get a particle, given my new the way things are going to be working now, I'm going to, whenever like a particle moves, it's going to need to check the particles around it, and not only is it going to check if there's something, well, does it need to check if there's, does it need to know what's there, I guess? It only needs to know what's there for where it wants to move to, if that makes sense. So when a particle, I should really like draw this stuff out or something. Do I have like obsidian still? I do. I actually don't know what's in here. Oh, I could just create a new vault. Oh wait, not, no, not caps lock or tab. Can you do let me find a place to store this. New folder, obsidian vaults. I shouldn't have capitalized that or had spaces, but that's fine. Okay. Does this have... I don't care about that. Daily note, template, command palette. Add link format. Insert. Ugh, no. Cheap viewers. Okay. Why are moderation tools difficult? I remember I had to just go onto my phone. Hold on. Can you... I made you mod. Can you delete that for me? Um, why buy cheap viewers when viewers are free? Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I don't understand why can't I moderate chat? Ah, there's a setting for it. Show mod icons. Okay, but seriously, like, why is it not that easy already? Okay, fine. Activity feed. High enough. Chat filters. Okay, I need to sign in to Twitch to do that from here. That's fine. Alright. Okay. Figuring out how to do Twitch. I have not streamed to Twitch in a long time. Alright, back to this. So I thought there's a way that you could, like... Oh, that's just a new note. Do, called, like, canvas? There we go. I just need, like, a very simple flow chart. That's the word I was thinking of. So, let's think here. What was I even thinking about? Right. Probably even get the handy dandy MS Paint out. Let's do that. Let's do that. So we need like a shape drawing tool. Say you have a particle here. We'll just stick to 2D space for now. When this particle is in the queue, so when we're going over the queue, we've gotten to this particle now. This particle has been queued because it's probably needs to be updated. It will need to check all of these particles. around it. You know, just a quick and dirty drawing here. Wait, I do not need you to move. We're going to need to check all of these around it. And the only thing we care about is I'm trying to think about the flow of this. So we're going to need to know. Well, okay, the thing is we can easily obtain all of the positions around the particle. The next thing to do would be to determine where to move to. Now, assuming all particles can only move down and at least to the left or right or forward or back, but in terms of 2D here, how do I change my pencil size? Why is it so small? Why is MS Paint so hard to use now? So I can draw a line with extreme thickness. Okay, here we go. Much better. Shift, just, okay. So the particle needs to move down. So it needs to. Most particles are probably just going to pick at random, whether to go left or right, or forward and back, or just directly down. So, whatever place it picks, it's going to then need to check if there's something there or not. If there is something there, then it needs to pick a new position. And then let's say there's two things here or here, right? So it's gonna try here. Okay, no, it's not. But then it tries here. Okay, I can move there. So then now it needs to move here. But then this is a great diagram. Great diagram. Once it moves here, then it needs to check the particles around it, but only thinking very comprehensive, yes. Okay, thinking in terms of particles changing their type due to interactions between particle types. Just say we had like a lava particle. That's a weird shape. Say we have a lava particle and a water particle. If the water particle was here, and then it decides to move here, it needs to check. What, stay blue? It needs to check. Let me just draw. This will be easier. It needs to check these spots and know what the particle type is in those spots. And in this example, the water, which moved from there to there, would end up detecting there is a lava particle here. I need to turn myself into steam. So just a new particle type. But I also need to turn this particle. That's actually a bad color for steam. We'll just do purple. So it needs to turn itself into steam, and the lava needs to turn to rock. The problem is, I don't think that particles should change state. Only one particle should do something at one time. So if water moves, only things. So going back to like this particle here, when this particle is being updated, the only changes to particles that should happen is to this particle. Does that make sense? Yes, probably. Alright, so the water ends up detecting needs to change to steam and changes itself to steam. But the next problem is how does the lava know to turn to a rock? And the only information we keep in the queue is positions that are assumed to be needing to update. One thing probably could do is when this water there could be different steps to this perhaps where you have a position update queue, but then you also have a state change queue. So instead, you have a water particle here. First, the movement queue goes. This water moves here. It has determined that it needs to be converted into steam, but it's also determined that this particle needs to change to a rock. So maybe we don't do the determination there. Trying to think. Because the thing that's problematic with a particle changing other particles is if later in the queue the position, say the rock here or the lava here, uh, is somewhere further down in the queue and also moves down. Can I not undo? Okay, fine. I can't undo the undoing. So we have our setup here. The water moves down. The problem is if there's nothing under the lava and the lava also is going to move down further along in the queue, but the water particle has converted this to another type. Is that a bad thing? So say the water particle moves down, it also changes this to a rock. Then we get to the position that's this. I mean, that doesn't seem like a bad thing, necessarily. Assuming that none of this is happening, like, we're not doing the queue in any sort of, like, parallel computation. Assuming it's completely one particle being updated at a time in the queue. Things get bad when you do multi-processing kind of stuff. Okay, so type changes are fine. Only one particle should move at a time. That's for sure. Because that would be bad. Because if this water particle, for some reason, decided this lava particle moves this way for whatever reason. But I feel like the interaction between particles is kind of difficult because movement is very easy, but determining like how they interact and whatnot. It's like this water moves down, it turns into steam and turns this into a rock. Is there any problems with that? And actually, the way that interaction would work in the future would be that the water would probably, there would be some temperature stuff instead, so the water would actually boil. But also, there would need to be some rock creation, probably directly on. But like the heat would also transfer through the rocks, and also the out of the lava. But that's complicated stuff for later. That's probably when I'd be writing all this in like a compute shader, which honestly maybe I should just do that anyway. But the problem is like things interacting with each other, and like movement isn't really that hard to simulate, especially with like the queuing. Anytime that a particle moves as well, the only thing it needs to know, say like this particle moving here, the only thing it needs to know about um these particles is if there is a particle there, and then that needs to be added in. Those need to be added into the queue for, they probably need to be updated. Well, actually, probably everything in this area. Would that make sense, though? Should be added to the queue. Probably not. Currently, what's happening, and the reason you see like these large stacks of like particles, you'll like see like these large stacks of particles, and that's just because like the way that right now it works is when a particle moves down, well, particle checks if it can move down, and it does move down, but then it also adds this spot to the queue, and I think it also adds this spot to the queue. I can't remember. Or it might also just add its, I think it also adds itself back to the queue. Unless, yeah, that's right, that's right. Okay, so when this when this particle moves down to here, it adds this spot to the queue. And it also adds this spot back into the queue. Unless there is already something right here. Because if there's already something here, then this probably can't move yet or move. But in the case of like water, if there is nothing here, then it could move here. So that's where my lazy checking right now is not great, because really what this particle needs to then do is check these spots for empty space. And if there is empty space, then it needs to add itself back into the queue to be updated. So really particles don't actually need to check any of these spots initially. Except once, if it does move, then it needs to add this. Alright, so if this particle moves, it needs to add this set to the positions update. I don't know if that makes complete sense to do. In terms of performance, all of this is horrible. Oh, can I not change the eraser size thing? There we go. Draw over the area you wish to erase. Why does it need to be colorful? I don't know. I don't know why that took so long to erase. Even my falling sand simulation is better than that. Okay, so drawing tool is now massive. So I guess, first we need to hash map everything. So if we go back to my Chrome window, there is this hash map implementation. I don't know if it's actually like any better or anything. We probably actually read the README. Basic hash map implementation. Define hash function by overloading operator parentheses, operator function, argument, whatever. Operator callable? What do they actually call this operator? Probably operator callable or something. For integer typed key. Okay. Declare hash map with integer typed key and string type value pair. So integer is the key. String table size, my key hash. Table size 10. Put the key value pair into the hash map. Get the value by key, returns true, successful with value updated. Okay, so this is a pass the return value kind of thing. I don't. Oh man. Pass the return value. I just. I get it, but I also don't like pass a pointer to this value and I'll fill it with the actual result. It's like, thanks, but could you actually just return it for me, please? Like even just returning the pointer or like I don't. I mean, it makes in many cases it actually makes sense, but like at the same time, it's like, what is return actually for then? But yeah, I'm just a noob at C++, so you know. Alright, so past that, this is a header only library, so no compile step is required. You must use CMake to generate the make files. Okay, let's just install stuff. So you have simply putting a value in and getting a value. And it will, the return is true or false, whether there's a value there. And it will fill the value there. Now I wonder if it's possible to just tell this then to not give me a value. So if we find get value, okay, so we're using C++ passing reference. That's how it's filling. That makes sense. So I'm guessing, well, no, you wouldn't be able to just pass in no pointer here. Just be like, okay, actually, just tell me if there's a value. I'm guessing. Okay, you also have a remove. That's handy dandy. Yeah, I think. I think C++ hash unordered map is probably sufficient. And then I also need to actually fix a simulation at some point. So this whole thing is only for sorry, very thirsty. Should I get like a face cam for my streams? I actually thought about it. Oh, random thought. But okay, so this needs to get out of here. That doesn't actually belong here. This okay, particle data manager really just needs to be a map wrapper. not really anything else. The first thing I need to change regardless is this. So like right now I have like internal data, which is stored on a data wrapper, which stores values that are kind of duplicated. So the other thing I need to figure out is how exactly positions work. Are positions always relative in the chunk, or are they always real positions? And do I store real position on particles? And the other thing is I still need to make so particles can move between chunks. Oh, that's gonna be fun. So really I need to get rid of internal data. If we got we'll just call this a particle information. Like I don't really know what to really call it. Let's get rid of internal data. I don't really care about that. So let's move these around. We want particle type. We care about position, real position, particle type, temperature. Technically we don't use temperature right now, or we don't use it at all. We actually don't need cubic size or dimensions except for like boundary checking and stuff, like just making sure we're not placing particles in places they don't belong. But like, yeah, I don't really. Data wrappers, we'll do particle information. Should the unordered map store, should the map store pointers? I guess that doesn't make sense though, because when you get the value, it returns a reference to it already, which is kind of interesting. I feel like pointers feel a lot easier to like pass around, but this is the other like thing about it is like, well, I already pretty much just want to directly access the data in the chunk, so I'm not really like passing the values I'm getting around anywhere, I don't think. I'm also not modifying them that much. And when I do, the only thing that changes, I don't think you need to store position on the particle information. Because that, if you're getting this, you're already probably given the position. And it would also be quite annoying to keep this updated. It would just be extra work, and I don't think there's really a reason to keep them around. So we'll just remove those for now. If I need them, I'll add them back, I guess. I'd probably say I'm doing something wrong though if I need to be storing the position on here. This should just be a container of the information at a position. Like if I need to keep position information with it, I just keep it with a pair. Because like you're only going to get this if you're calling get. This also should be a reference. Also, I want to switch my naming. I don't know why. Check if a not none particle exists at a position. Probably would just say, yeah, it's fine. Swap two particles. I don't know if I want to keep that. Set type. Just set the type you just call get, and you change the particle type. So I feel like we don't need that. It feels clearer to have a function and have it in words, but like the same time, yeah. Okay, so we would already be checking if something exists. The only time we're actually getting a particle is if we're going to modify something at a position. But we would only be modifying something in position if we already know it exists at the position, or, if there's already something there. So I feel like probably just using the hash map directly is fine. The only thing that's annoying is just the typing around it, because of like all the templating and the fact that it's standard. It's just got all this extra nonsense, and like every time I want to say something takes a hash map, which I can just alias the type, but that still doesn't get around the fact that, let me fix this, still doesn't get around the fact that when I do, okay, let me change all these so I can actually, like, nope, thank you. What are you doing? Stop. It doesn't change the fact that when I do like this, it's just gonna say key type. And it's like, okay. What is key type? I just want to move the particle somewhere. Or when I God, I'm pressing all the wrong stuff. If I do like insert this once, like it's got all these overloads. And like really just what it wants is a standard pair of GLM, UVec, and particle information. But like this is a huge thing just to find that, oh, it wants these two things. What the hell is the rest of this? I don't care. So like that's probably the only reason that I would wrap it. So really I would just say like particle hash map rather than particle data. Although particle data namespace is fine, but I'd probably just call this, I'd probably just make this a struct. I still get all of the benefits, sort of like public and private, but like I don't think there's anything I need on here to be private anyway. So like I don't need extents, vectors, or MD span. I also don't really care if they're private or not. I don't need cubic size or dimensions, I don't think we'll comment those out. We'll keep is in bounds. We'll move that up here. Also, let's rename this. We'll refactor, rename. What do we call this? Like particle hash map. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we need a constructor for it. I still need to figure out if I really want this to keep track of positions going in and out. I feel like it would be a good idea, but I'm not entirely sure. So let's see, constructor. I don't know why a constructor is in each file anyway. Particle data resize, particles types resize. Okay, so we don't need those anymore. Cubic size can always be calculated from the dimensions. I'm going to leave that alone for now. So particle information get. Is there a way to say that it throws something? Is there a way to say no exception? Let's see. C++, not underscore, function throws. I feel like there's a way to indicate that something throws an exception. I know how to throw an exception. How do you define a function and indicate that it will throw? Can you not do that? I feel like that's not a nice thing. We'll ask our good friend ChatGPT. I love to ask it things like this where it would just take too long to freaking search online for some stupid simple question. Indicate in the function declaration that the function throws an exception in C++. So really the only way is to... Interesting. Hmm. Good to know, I suppose. Compilers don't force us, making it ineffective. And that's fine, I don't really care. This is more just like, so I know. Okay, so git if I need to access the hash map. Put it down there. We don't need to get these. I still don't know about bounds checking yet. Particle information. Get particle data. Get particle types data. So we don't need those. We can just access the raw data anyway. We probably just do some sort of iterator thing. Um, underscore hash map. Does this have like a iterator kind of thing? Go back to our good old unordered map. Iterators begin. Okay. C++ iterator. Standard iterator. Iterators are allowed to do that. Range. Ranges are class. Iterator internal. This is not confusing to read at all. How can I get or create an iterator from a standard unordered map? Generate faster. I just need to know how to like iterator. I don't want to. My map begin. See, like, can I make an iterator? Standard unordered map. Const iterator. Interesting. But can I not? Or could I just use something like standard iterator? Like, I don't want to have to implement all of that. My goodness. Oh, I keep typing slash. Interesting. Good to know. Thank you, ChatGPT, for being useful. Okay, so probably want to alias this. So I'm trying to remember how to do that. I think you can do either using and that way I can just do that. And fast get all I can get rid of, so I can just do get all. If out of bounds returns false. See, I don't know about doing that either. Like, if in any case that something is out of bounds, should it error? Or, like, in the case of, like, checking if something exists, is it okay if I've checked if something exists out of bounds? So, like, if I checked, assuming the chunk is of dimensions 10 by 10 by 10, if I checked the space 12, 14, 10, which is out of bounds of a 10 by 10 by 10 space, should exists return false, or should it throw an error because I have accessed out of bounds? That's a big question that I am uncertain of. Then that leads to the other question is, why would I be checking positions out of bounds? And I guess it's if a particle is against the edge. Hmm. I feel like there's a problem for when it comes to it. Swap two particles. I don't know if that's a thing. So that's the hard thing too, where if you have, go back to MS Paint here, if I have a sand particle and I have a water particle, the sand particle, is there a way to like grab things you've drawn? I'm to guess probably not. I don't think so. Okay, so there's a sand particle on top of a water particle. The problem is the sand particle needs to move to this spot, but it shouldn't replace the water. The water should then move to this spot or move to some other spot. It should be pushed out of the way, essentially. So then that completely breaks the idea that when a particle is to move, that only that particle moves instead of also causing other particles to move. And that is problematic, I guess, for the queue as well, because if this particle is in the queue to be moved later on, and I've moved here, then I'm going to be checking now the sand particle to move again in the same frame. So if I do a swap, I would need to re-add this position into the queue. Because I need to add my old position into the queue as well. And then also, so I need to add my position into the current frames queue I need to add this position back into the current frame's uh, queue. And I need to remove this position from the queue if it's in the future. If it's in the past, it's fine. Although I guess actually I don't remember if I'm popping from the queue. But regardless, it needs if it is in the queue in the future, it needs to be removed. In the queue for the frame. Also, I did not notice. Thank you for the follow, Saint. Welcome. 23 minutes ago. I should set up a goal. A goal amount. Auto goal. Let's say. How many follows do I have? 14? Sure, let's have a goal here. Start a goal. I should really set up like all this Twitch stuff. Let's set a little bit of a higher goal. Let's say 30. Oh, what's a good goal number to start with the follower goal? And yeah, let's say 20. Let's say 20. We'll start with that. I feel like that makes things a little more interactive. Um you know what? Let's try and look for Twitch stream alerts OBS. I don't actually know what's good or not. How can I add alerts to my stream? Guys, what's good? Not Streamlabs. Stream elements, stream layout tutorial. Stream elements. I love that I'd be setting this up live. %100% free forever. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Accept cookies. Stream elements. Make sure I typed that right. Why do I scroll through a list of time zones? Oh my goodness. Alright, let's find Pacific Standard. There we go. Alright. Continue. Fine. Let's see. Enhance your panel with custom designs. Don't care. Accept cookies. I love that I'm like not coding anymore. Okay. Streaming elements overlays. Need a design. The little menu kind of disappeared on me here. All right. Installing. Trying to figure out how to use this. Alright, let's see. Can you do... Yeah. I don't care about all of the chatbot stuff right now. Here we go. Create a new overlay. Put it right in there. So then I should be able to add a browser source with the URL. Got a sound effect. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, how did it go away? You goal event started. Follow page. Oh, follow age. I see. Alright, there we go. Now we got some alerts in here. I'm gonna press the button again. Just made up followers. See, the problem is I don't see, but I also definitely hear it. Cool. Is there anything else I can add in here? Any other fun things I can add? Engagement. Countdown. Static text and stuff. I can put my stream chat in here as well. Dark chat. Send a message in chat. I want to see it up here. Yay! Glop. Hello, A. There we go. Now it should appear. I don't know where to put the chat exactly. Let's put it there. I'm gonna test. Yay, we got the chat. Actually, that's not a great place for it. Because, Windows. So, if I set the background color to, like, red and, like, somewhat transparent, the size is outrageously tiny. Oh, yeah. True. Text settings. Text size. Let's up it. There we go. And then can I change the dimensions of this? So let's increase the width to like 400. Maybe even like 500. No, not 4,500. There we go. Save. Okay. We'll make the height a little bit smaller. Is the text black? Yes, I think so. It should be. Test. There we go. That's very hard to see. I should make the text white, shouldn't I? Pick a font. Pick position size, settings. Let's make it a little bit less transparent. The text stroke. Or is it this? There we go. So we should make the text color white, huh? Yeah, that's a lot better. Fire. I know. Oh, it's really hard to see usernames. So 0.5. What if we try that? basically like outlines all the text. I don't like that. Maybe like 0.2. Ooh, text shadow. Let's try that. No, that's not really any better. But now I have some sort of alerts when it follows and stuff. At least on Twitch. Alright. Settings, position, size. Yeah, that's probably good. Elements. Browse element gallery. What kind of things? We should add like stream avatars, I think is what it's called. Yeah, these things. Watch time. Chess has spent 0 seconds watching insberr. Wow, how rude. Should I do something like this? Watch time has never worked. That sucks. Stream avatars. Should I do stream avatars? Oh, do you get it from Steam? That reminds me of another thing called marbles on stream. Okay, actually open in Steam. Stream avatars. $15. Marbles goes crazy. I think I have marbles on stream. Yeah. I've never actually, I don't think I've ever actually used it though. Freaking EA. Or whatever. Should I switch to marbles? I don't have enough people that participate though, I don't think. And also the people of YouTube are unfortunate enough. Alright, back to lame old coding. Alright, so I've changed this to unordered map. Implementation should not be in here. So get all will just return the map. I should also put this here. So set type, we don't need that anymore. Swap. Yikes. Okay, so swap completely breaks all of the rules I talked about earlier. I hate that. My chair, I roll it forward to the exact position I want, and then it rolls back. There's like a dent in my floor mat. Hold on. Let's see if I can like readjust it or something. Without knocking over my heater. And hopefully it doesn't turn on. Putting a chair literally in front of it. Alright. Pedals down there. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Okay, that's a million times better. Okay, so swap is a problem. How do I handle swapping? Because like either in order to follow those rules there needs to be some sort of there needs to be some sort of like types of updates and queues for that, I feel like. So hmm oh, maybe just keep it simple and like this is the time it's allowed to break the rule where particles swap a position. I feel like things are a little difficult there because now you've got to compare the type. I wonder how 2D falling sand sims do this kind of stuff. Because I don't even actually know that. Maybe I should actually figure out how, like, 2D falling sand sims do what they do. Hmm. I remember there's like a. Close those. I have so many Chrome windows open. It's unbelievable. Okay, so we need to get stream avatars at some point. I'll put that in here, remember. Actually, I'll put that over here. So I remember, because I'm going to close all these. We can close the maps. Handling exception. Iterator. Okay. What was... Falling sand simulation. Sim, or like how to implement one. Project Sand. No, we're just going to play a falling sand simulation for a bit. Oh, I know this one. Oil burns, but doesn't really stay burning, or doesn't burn very well. So, swapping allowed. Now, the other thing is, do we use IVEC? Programming falling sand stream turns into playing with falling sand. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Just, it do be like that. Oh, that's why it's so cold in here, because I turned my heater off. Keep the thermostat at like 60. It's like, because no one's like goes outside their room anyway, so like there's no point in keeping the house warm. But sometimes I turn off my heater because I either just get kind of warm or just don't really feel like having it on. Or like I leave my room for a bit to go make dinner, or like I don't need the heater to be running. So and then I forget to turn it back on. Like, why is it so like it's not super cold, but like why is it not like warm like I'm used to? Also, I'm so glad I got this graphics card so I'm able to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Also, I've got like OP internet speeds. I've got gigabit both download and upload. It's amazing. Although YouTube's complaining because it says I'm only sending it half a megabyte per second. And it wants me to send it 13 megabits per second. 13 and a half megabits per second. I'm streaming AV1. You only need like at least 3,000 or 3 megabits per second. I want to look into this hash. I'm pretty sure I had ChatGPT generate this. I'm not gonna lie. Um, hash and CPP reference. Did I close my other? Yeah, I did. Okay. God, when do they have dark mode? My goodness. I just want to know what the hash does. Yeah, that's fine. Hash functions are only required to produce the same result of the same input within a single execution of a program. Interesting. Well, let's finish downloading. Okay. So this is just hashing ints. And then bit shifting. And to undo this, you would just do the inverse of this. I don't actually think you can do that, but okay, so we don't need to store positions on here. Particle hash map contains get all exists. What are you complaining about? Why does it need to be no discard? We don't need dimensions. I guess line cubic size can be calculated unless we had to calculate it like a lot, which I doubt. I don't know why this is in here actually. Does this need to be explicit? Yes, according to my ID, it does. If out of bounds, throws an error. Everything should take a well, okay, dimensions should not. Dimensions should not be negative, if that makes sense. Same with these, I suppose. This is the other question, is to do positions stay relative to the chunk, or do positions stay relative to real world position? But that does make bounds checking a bit more tricky. But moving a particle from one chunk to the other is also less tricky. or less complicated mathematically, I should say. Well, yeah. Because if the particle is already real position, it's a lot easier to, oh, particle's out of bounds. Well, let's think. Particle's out of bounds, or wants to move out of bounds, then you already just have its real world position, and then you can just take that position wants to move to, convert that to, or calculate what chunk that belongs in, then easily just grab the chunk at that position and then ask it if it can move there. Whereas if positions are stored relative to the chunk, then you have to figure out which side of the chunk that you are leaving the bounds from. And then you have to figure out the position in the new chunk. Well, I feel like that's less work. I mean, like, it also maybe doesn't matter that much. Trying to think. Alright, this is where obsidian might be nice. Making a flowchart. No. Why do I have Streamlabs desktop still a thing I could even, like, have? Okay, so a particle so particle wants to move out of bounds. In the case that positions are relative, you're going to need to figure out which direction the particle is moving. And then an arrow. Given that position, given the not the position, given the direction you're moving, need to then the chunk get the neighboring chunk in that direction. That's not what I wanted. Then you need to ask the chunk if you can move to that position, but you also need to essentially do a wraparound. What do you call that? Basically, you have like an infinite area. Like, man, I gotta draw this. Nope. Say you have like an area like this, and you have something that's like right here. If, in fact, let's draw a shape. So you have like this that's right here. If it moves here, you want it to come out this end. I guess they would just be wraparound. Basically, though, you need to calculate that because effectively you have. That's the wrong shape. So you have this chunk, and then you have the neighboring chunk. Then you have a thing here, and it's wants to go from this position to this position. Effectively, that's that wraparound. The assuming the positions are relative. So you would have like, oh, I need to actually go to pin mode. So this would be like, assuming like a grid, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just say 5 here. And this is back to 1. Right? So then basically that's going from 5 back to 1. Although if it wanted to move further out, then like you need to figure out, because this would be saying I want to move over, 1 to the right, which would be 6. But you need to wrap that around. It would essentially be 1, but that position would then be translated into the next. It would be asked of in the next chunk. So calculate wrap around position, and then do that. So get the neighboring chunk in that direction. I can spell right. Calculate the wraparound, and then ask the chunk if you can move to that position. In the other case, where positions are real values, you can just calculate the chunk that real and that's pretty easy to do as well. Calculate the chunk the world position is in, and then ask the chunk if you're allowed to move there. And if it can move there, it just goes there. Like, am I missing any steps to that? So particle wants to move out of bounds of the chunk. Can I... And a new... create a group. Here we go. Not real, but world positioning. Like, that's it. And then, okay. Then we add a new group and we do relative to chunk. I feel like it's insanely simpler. Okay, world positioning. This is so much easier to do with a keyboard and mouse. Okay, and then that's not what I wanted to do. Those are the same size now. Can I have this go into the group and then the group? Okay, no, I can't. I don't want that. There we go. So particle wants to move out of bounds. Wait, is there anything else that I need to do there? Okay, that's not right. So relative to chunk. Do that. So particle wants to move out of bounds. If the positions are relative to the chunk, you will need to figure out the direction that you're moving, which is not difficult. But then you also then need to figure out the chunk in that direction, which is also not too difficult. Then you need to calculate the wrap around position and then ask that chunk if you can move there. However, if you do world positioning, all you need to do is calculate the chunk that that world position is in. I should say the chunk, calculate the chunk that the new world position is in, or the out of bounds position is in. And because now you already know the chunk, And you also know the position because position's already in world position. It's already easy to just ask the chunk, are you allowed to move here? Is there a value at that position? And the other part is because be using hash maps, they don't, it doesn't take up more and more space to store values in world positioning. The other benefit to world positioning might be with the um slow thinking with making the mesh because I don't need to send the chunk position to the rendering. The position is already in the mesh, although I don't know how bad or good that actually is. I mean, like in the end, you end up translating it in the shader anyway. So it's just like you can either calculate this all on the CPU and then send it to the GPU, which might have better FPS, but at the same time maybe not because well, probably not because the GPU is very parallel, meaning that it's probably doing many of the vertices at once. So doing a math operation to translate it is that you already have to do, but having to do it on the CPU is not parallel at all. So you might actually be saving a little bit of time by having it done in the GPU. Just because computationally it'll probably take the same amount of time, but relatively it would probably be faster because multiple of those operations are running at the same time in parallel. If that makes any sense. How do I make this green text telling me that I created a goal successfully go away? Like, yes, I know I created a goal. Layout updated. Thank you. What if I just refresh? There we go. How's my goal going? So yeah, I think storing positions in world positions is probably better. I mean, like I don't have anyone here telling me otherwise, but the reason that I've been storing them relative before was because well, I mean, if okay, so if I'm storing them in world position, then I can just send. Then I'm already just sending them calculated to the GPU. Basically, there is zero calculations having to be done to translate because it's already. Well, yeah, the reason I've been storing positions relative is because I've been using 3D arrays, so it's kind of given that they have to be stored relative. I should really use. Obsidian more. I, it's a nice like note-taking app or application. I feel like at least last year I remember this was feeling very limited. Although it seems to be pretty decent now. Like you can add a file snippet in here. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Like actually you can scroll through it. That's nice. Or you could add like an image or another canvas. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Is there a way that you could... I guess it would probably make sense to, well, I mean, okay, including the canvas on itself, probably, not the best. So if I made a new canvas, control scroll, caps lock. Hello world. Ah, I'm pressing all the wrong keys. And then if I add untitled one canvas, okay, that's nice. You can like click it and it'll take you there. That's kind of cool. You can set the background. Okay, I feel like this is less slacking. I feel like it's still slacking, but not as much. Alright, enough playing around with that. Let's get this stupid hash map working. Okay, so cubic size, we don't care about. We can calculate that too. Okay, so I think structs probably generally contain values first. So const dimensions, the hash map will also say const. I don't know. Actually, that might make... I hate const sometimes. Forgot. This const makes it so that the value cannot be reassigned, but shouldn't make hash map const in the way that hash map does its const, which is weird. Particle hash map. I see, that all makes sense. Dimensions. Let me do that. I don't know if I like the underscore there. I've been doing a lot of like Python too, so like I fucking hate underscores right now. Alright, so yes, positions will be I vec. I keep pressing insert. Don't mean to do that. I feel like swap doesn't really need to be implemented here. Because it's just. Well, maybe. Because with swap, you can probably. Do some stupidness. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should have like a out of bounds checking. So the other thing is then because these are real positions, either the dimension either we need dimensions and position. So then that would mean bounds checking is not taken care of by this. And instead taken care of by the chunk, which probably makes more sense. Because the chunk knows where it is. It also knows its dimensions. It feels unnecessary to have another data structure that also keeps track of that. See, let's not keep track of dimensions then. This is purely for storing and accessing the data. Get all just returns. Probably should return a reference to it. Exist, return a bool. I really hate this no discard. This is like ugly. Ugly. Like, okay, if no discard was like this or something, well, actually, technically, you could just make it. Like, do that. Why didn't you autofill that then? Like, if it was like that, I would. Fine. Okay, but like, no. It has to be this ugly, horrendous syntax. Like, what is that? Or like, they just. I don't want to freaking define this everywhere. Just for the few times that my ID tells me that I should use no discard. Like, yeah, if it was a keyword, like all the other stuff. Swap, I guess, makes sense because there's some stuff I could do. So we don't need dimensions or inbounds. I don't need this comment. Yep, particles hash map. We'll probably keep that in here. Does it make sense in there? Probably. Yeah, that's fine. GLM IVEC3 hash. Should probably use some sort of like reversible hash, because ideally I could just store the hash value and I could just store the hash value. Well, I don't know, maybe. Well, no, I don't need to. I don't need to reverse this. Okay. GLM IVEC 3 hash C++. See what people do. Unordered map. Okay, so someone else has also done this. What is someone else's advice? Can you not, like, freaking dox me, Google? Or Stack Overflow? Jeez. Okay, well, this is. I'm just trying to figure out what the ideal, like, hashing algorithm. GLM GTX hash. Is there a hash thing built in? There is. Add standard hash apart. And then I would trust that these people know what they're doing with however they're hashing it. Probably something better than what I'm doing, hopefully. I mean, I imagine so. So if I would guess all I need to do is then include this GLM GLM GTX hash HPP. So I don't even need this supposedly. And I just need to include GLM okay, thanks. Alright, GLM GTX slash hash. And then include GLM GTX hash to use features of this extension. Add standard hash support for GLM types. So then I probably don't need that. Does it compile? No. GLM GTX dual quaternion. I do not. If define GLM force messages. Yeah, but I got a different error message. Let's read the rest of these. No type name data wrapper. Okay, that's expected. Where is this and why? If def GLM experimental. Or if not def, where are we including this? So hash code functional hash inline. Okay, and then this other error first. GTX dual quaternion. Standard hash support for GLM types. Okay, fine. So now this is complaining because particle Information is the new value. JLM Try place particle at. Oh, because particle information changed. And actually, I should probably change this to. I spelled wrong. Information. Hate when you change the name that you can't jump to definition. Okay, these are not in order. Try place particle at. Oh, and this is also error particle information. Now there's errors. Okay. Particle information, particle type, particle manager doesn't exist anymore necessarily. Set type doesn't exist anymore. That's just position and chunk. So you could just do this. Auto particle equals that. And then particle is particle information. Get returns a reference. I want to make sure that stays a reference. And then poorly named particle type. We can just do particle type equals. But the other thing is if a particle doesn't exist there, so really this logic is flawed, but for the sake of things compiling, well, okay, let's not focus on that. Particle data. So then we probably don't need that. I'm not gonna delete it yet, so I don't have to go looking for it in case I do. We don't need MD span or vector anymore. Struct particle type. Oh, we're for declaring. Do I use that struct in here? I don't. Do I use it in here? So we don't need MD span. So get IVEC particle information reference. We don't do bounds checking. Position and bounds. So we were doing this before. So really we want to see, I don't know the performance of this, of a try catch, although we'll probably just let it throw instead. And crash the program, because that's obviously an error. Better to let the program crash than handle the exception. But yeah, I don't know. It is kind of annoying when it crashes rather than just like being handled nicely. Can always change that later or handle it outside of this. So we need hash map. That's not right. Position. No viable function argument type. So we can just call this unordered map. Reference particle hash map unordered map. Reference get all. And then just return hash map. At position. Non-const L value reference by particle information cannot bind. Okay, so is it because this shouldn't be const? Yes. The other thing is we use IVEC3, that's good. Why can I not do this? Okay, I can. He was just throwing a fit for some reason. Although I feel like the at syntax is probably better. I don't actually really know. Really fine. Let's see. We have exists, and this is an IVEC. Position returns a bool, and all we have to do in here is return hash map contains position. We got rid of swap. Wait, no, we kept swap. Yeah. Okay, so we kept swap. These are IVEC3. We don't do bounds checking. All of that needs to be changed. Okay, so we get rid of set type. The other thing, though, that then we need is to add and remove. So void add const glm ivic3 position particle information reference. We might also do an overload for that where const glm ivic3 position. That's not what I want. And then const. I don't actually know what particle type's supposed to be. Unsigned particle type. And this will just make a particle there. Stop giving me the stupid box. Yes, I know any of that are implemented. And then we also need to void remove const glm ivic3 position. Another map get all. I want to move that up here. Get add remove exists swap. Get all add. So this is probably all good, just how we need it. Particle data. Okay, so now we can go in here. Create definition. Back. Generate definition. Generate definition. That's asking about no discard. Alright, convert a UVec to an array. I don't think we need that anymore. So get all. Then the add functions, the remove exists, and swap. And then we don't need get particle types data, get particle data, get qubit size, get dimensions, get bounds, all that can go. We no longer need that. And then apparently we don't need all of those anymore. So get all just returns the hash map. And so hash map position equals particle. Position equals a new particle data. Particle type equals particle type. And temperature is someday that will be brain not thinking. Thinking on that programming falling sand stream turns into playing with falling sand. I mean, you gotta play games to know how to make games, you know what I'm saying? Or play simulations to know how to make simulations, if that makes sense. Okay, so you have the temperature. This will be determined, the default temperature will be determined by the particle type once I have like the whole particle type thing set up, which that's probably a nightmare I don't want to look at right now. Alright, remove hash map erase position. Sounds good to me. Swap. Okay, let's get rid of that. So we need to hash map. I guess we could just get position 1. Auto position 1 copy. Then we can get position 1. Yo, hello. Yo, thank you for the follow. And we can get position 1 and set that to the get of position 2. Although we want to actually make sure that's a copy. How are we doing? So also make sure I copy that. So you want to position 2, get position 2, position 1 copy. I don't entirely know if that actually will work. We'll have to test it. It would be impossible to tell given the current simulation. Particle data, it's good. Alright, particle chunk. Chunk config. So you actually don't need max ray steps anymore. Enable outlines would be probably a separate render pass. Alright, so chunk grid position. We can always calculate the world position of a chunk given its grid position. Although, yeah. Although ideally, probably not. I don't want all these like conversion functions. It's probably better to store the value that's mostly used and then have a conversion function for the lesser used ones. Particle scale. So I feel like these are more like config values. These static values I've never actually had work right. particles chunk. Okay, no. Update process next simulation step. Render. I would have to, well, okay, chunks. Chunk share program. Interesting. Particle colors buffer. Do I really need to pass that to render? If the chunk has a lock on its data, this will block until it's done. So probably need to rethink that. Try place particle. Bool if it did. I don't know why update has a bool. This could just be void. Get chunk distance from. What is that actually used for? Find usages. No usages. Get chunk world position. So why is this a function on the chunk? But then we have these conversion functions for stuff. Yikes. So we have a lock, a JThread. We don't use that, do we? It's not that great. Why are we creating a bunch of threads that we don't use? Guess I should probably DT0 return. Particle scale, world position. Rendering things. So the world position. Chunk grid position. World chunk scale. Chunk particle grid size. Wow, these names are very confusing. Particle manager. So this shouldn't be particle manager per se. Rename. This should be particle hash map. Next positions update. So let's see. Particle data. Configs. Data. Probably move the mutex here and call this uh, simulation related, simulation and processing particles buffer. So what is particles buffer? Do we need that? Rendering. I don't know if we actually use that. Find usages. GL named buffer storage. Particles chunk. One usage value right. So when we create the particle chunk, then we also create buffer, particles buffer. Okay, so we create a buffer and then we make a named storage, but we don't actually do anything with it anymore. I don't think. So we don't need that. Vector, vertices, indices. Okay, so this is mesh stuff. So we should probably rename is that better? Typo in Word. I make like a separate mesh struct actually. So namespace chunk config particle conversion. Probably do move somewhere else. Struct chunk mesh. And then we have these on the mesh. I don't know why this is all not in a namespace. Then we can just say vertices and indices. We don't need to declare their values there either. Chunk mesh. And then we can just say chunk mesh. Chunk mesh. We can initialize that with nothing. Bool dirty. I don't think I used that either. Save chunk data, load chunk data, and remesh. Shift F6. I should remember that. Rename that. I pressed the wrong key again. There we go. I do not like the capitalization that I've done. Try place particle at render update. Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. I can't really change those. Get chunk distance from. Is this getting the distance between two chunks? Chunk pose minus chunk grid position. Yeah, this is just getting the distance between two chunks. Interesting indeed. Do I need that? Chunk. Get chunk world position, just chunk grid position. I don't think that's right. Alright, let's see. This is compile. Probably not. Okay. I freaking renamed that. Why did you not try place particle at? So some of these things are broken. That's fine. Particle chunk. Let's go back to this. Let's see. Find usages. No usages found. Okay, so we do use it here when we're making chunk world position. This is just chunk position, not actually chunk world position. Probably named that at like 3 in the morning. Particle chunk. Let's close all all other tabs. So we don't use this. I don't know why you would need to get the distance between two chunks exactly. Whereas you can just calculate that yourself if you need it. There must have been a reason that I had that at some point. This should be get chunk grid position. So we need a GLM IVEC3. We need something like get chunk grid position. Get chunk world position. World position would just be its bottom left front corner. the chunk grid position. No, I don't need cheap viewers at all. I'm perfectly fine with getting normal viewers. That's fine. Okay, get chunk grid position. I can probably just say get grid position and get world position. And then we can just say get grid position. This can also be const for the const correctness. Alright, so get the... Do I have everything I want done in here? Oh my. What is a chunk responsible for doing? I feel like this has probably been rethought out multiple times. The chunk keeps track of the particles within it. This means each chunk will have a particle data manager. It's not true anymore. Well, each chunk keeps track of the particles within it. That's still true. The naming of this is wrong. Well, actually, it means that this part's not true. The chunk fully owns the data that's contained within it. I am just providing a structure that wraps around hash map to make it easier to do the simple things like getting or removing or swapping or whatnot. Just as a like higher level, more types specific interface to it rather than dealing with the nasty templating. It just makes it hard to, like, every time I use a hash map or an unordered map in C++, every time, and I'm like, okay, well, I know I need to do hash map dot at, and then the hash or the index value to get something, but then like my brain just stops when I see the 15 overloads of just all the template madness, and it's like, what am I passing into this again? I don't can't handle it. Okay, chunk is responsible for rendering the particles within it. It is not responsible for render order or whether it should be rendered. Okay. I mean, it's all. So chunk is responsible for handling what the render. It's responsible for handling what the render does, but it's not responsible for actually doing the render. Well, it's responsible for actually doing the rendering, but it's not responsible for invoking the rendering or determining when to render. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Chunks should only render something when they are told to. I mean, I feel like some of these things are kind of dumb. But I guess I was also just brain dumping this. Let's see. A chunk must update the next state of particles when it is told to do so. I feel like the chunk obviously has to be told to do these things. It's not gonna just go do them itself. A chunk is responsible for saving particle data on deconstruction. See, that makes sense. A chunk is responsible for loading particle data associated with its position upon creation. Fine. Chunks need to be thread safe. They must be able to function within their own thread. See, I don't really know about that. I mean, I suppose. I mean, technically, they are all chunks are run in a single thread. Alright, a particle moves outside the chunk. Oh, reasons chunks would need to access another chunk. A particle moves outside of the chunk. Okay. Wait. Access to other chunks could be problematic for thread safety. Yeah. We can delete that. We don't need that. We don't need mgui in here. I don't think we need JLM. I guess we do, but that we probably do need JLM. Mutex Q. I don't know about these functions anymore. We'll leave them alone for now. We don't need to rename that. Process next simulation step. Let's move that under update and render. Alright. Generate definition. Configs. Remesh. Particle chunk. Do we want to take a grid position? Particle grid size. What is particle grid size supposed to be? Do we store that? Chunk particle grid size. I think that's like the dimensions of the chunk. Particle scale. Should probably need to rename some of these. This is like dimensions. Chunk particle grid size. World chunk scale. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Grid position, that's fine. Particle scale. I feel like that's just another like static float particle scale. I feel like static values should probably be capitalized. Like, we don't need max ray steps anymore. Enable outlines. Particle scale. I don't actually know what particle scale is supposed to be, but let's not store that on here. We'll just say grid position, world position, grid position. World chunk scale. I'm not sure what that is. We're just gonna get rid of it. Actually, we'll comment it out. So we only really want... Oh yeah, we don't want particle scale anymore. So this isn't really configs, this is more like positions. Like spatial... world position, grid position, I don't know really about world position. I feel like that could calculate some dimensions. I don't know what world chunk scale is. Standard chunk size. Particle grid to chunk grid. So this converts a world particle position to a chunk particle position. But we don't need that anymore because... So we probably don't need that anymore. World position to particle grid. So this is more just a snap of vec3 to... This is just snapping of vec3 to an arbitrary position to the grid. So world to particle. Given the particle scale. Okay, that makes sense. I see. The particle's position wouldn't actually be the world position, it'd be the particle. I see. So we have different spaces. Oh my goodness. Particle position would be particle position in world. Hmm. Okay, so let me see. All right. I think I'm going to leave the stream there for the day. It is 2 in the morning, and I do need to go to bed. I have work tomorrow, so yeah. Glad I got some stream alerts set up. Um, got a few follows on Twitch. Pretty good. And well, had stream elements working. So hopefully by the time next stream, I will have stream avatars set up. Might as well add a little bit of interaction on my stream. Probably won't do anything too fancy with that for a bit. And I guess the other thing is probably adding like background music to the stream might make it a little more entertaining. Uh, Especially in moments where I'm not really saying much. Also, should I get a face cam up? That might be a cool thing to do. But yeah. Made pretty good progress. Didn't really make the progress I really was hoping to make with this, which was adding colors back and switching to use a hash map. I've been very slow at doing that, so oops. But I still think pretty good progress. I guess the reason it's so slow is I'm actually like also doing a bunch of other refactoring in the middle of this and like trying to actually make things somewhat more manageable. Every time I come back to this project after a few months of not working on it, I just don't know what I'm doing anymore. Like I'm so lost right now. Like I'm trying to figure out like what the heck some of these functions are for because like I just don't remember why they were there. And yeah. But thank you all for watching both on YouTube and Twitch. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Need to do a better outro. Like I don't really have an outro. Thank you all for the follows, and see you all later.